Morning, guys. See if we bottom here. It's a pretty good area to try. We want to be risking off into 87.50 until that becomes supportive. Just POC to POC. If you're following, right, this is just where our previous POC was. We're bouncing right off of that from ES. We still are failing at our 97. We're back down to our 83 to 82. We need to see buyers hold here at this 83. You should be looking to put risk on into this level until it becomes resistance. And we should be risking off into this seller here, right, until this is supportive. So let's see if we get a push above and hold here. It's the same thing for like NQV up above, right? You need to see that become supportive, or this is going to be a risk off. But as long as we're holding ORL, should be able to get a push to at least like 85.90 if we can get a recovery of VWAP on NQ on the next push up. Russell's over ADR, it's a good sign. It's above ADR and view up. The first thing I did is, as soon as I logged in, is I saw we were coming down into this POC and immediately just bought 2 contracts. I've risked off one into this 91, but these are like trades that you can find that we talk about on a daily basis with us just mean reverting, right? Coming back down to where our previous POC was. Like, that's a good opportunity to try. We don't even need to get a breakout trade here. It's just a reversion back down to this previous POC before the shift up, right? Because what does this represent? If the POC was here and we established out a node, we have had enough volume transacted here for our point of control to be developed out here across this entire area. This area then gave us a push up into 97. So I care about this area quite a bit because we know that buyers have been trying down here. So on a push up and rejection, we're going to be watching to see if they are still interested in this area. So it's a pretty good opportunity for at least a mean reversion and reflexive bounce back up to this seller above, which gives you a nice opportunity for a few points without much worry, because until we see a push below this level and then acceptance down beneath, right, we need to kind of accept that this buyer is still present here because they have been for quite some time, right? Like, this has been where all of this has been kind of being pushed or developed out. So again, you just need to understand like your risk to reward and be like, okay, well, yeah, clearly there was a buyer here before, and if we see any sort of ability to hold here on retest, and if people are showing any slight interest, it's probably worth putting some risk on in this low until I see that it's no longer of value for buy side. This is a trade that I do a lot on the Russell itself. We'll see a lot of the times the Russell will develop out like a really long range where we have like this POC that'll basically like stay in this area. You know, kind of like we develop out a box, right? And then we'll come back down into that and then bounce and then go for a continuation. It's the trade we took on Monday actually on R2Y that found the low. One of those playbook trades you can add in that's pretty simple. Pretty simple. So all we're looking for here is for a push over 91s and a push and hold over 60s on NQ. Let's see if we can recover VWAP on NQ and see if we can recover this 91 on ES as NQ just kind of builds out sideways. Why do we care about this area on ES? Well, this was our previous seller. We've seen this seller posted here a few attempts now, right here. So we need to see a look above, the ability to hold and bid here, and then we can push up, back up into this 96 to 93. That's our next level of interest. Because if this seller is no longer interested here at this 91, then we should shift back up to our seller up at 96, which is where this move pushed down, right? It's the start of the sequence where our seller started offloading the position.
Saudi finance minister says the kingdom with its partners in OPEC Plus made a big cut in the output. This for sure affects revenues.
Yeah, it says 93.75 and then like basically 96. So your next areas is this 93.75 is your imbalance reoffer, right? This is where our seller technically actually is going to try to defend first, and then this is your Deepak right here, like these two. Your areas where you need to see a push above and then ability to hold on the dome. Or this will just come pop right back down and then we're gonna hit the flag and it'll result in like a further move. Again, all we're looking for is NQ to basically find acceptance overview up here. As R2Y just chops, bounces out. Is everything good on the YouTube end? Audio is fine. Nothing's too loud, nothing's too quiet. Stream looks fine, quality-wise. Alright, awesome. I have copyright-free
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index,
stream safe
68 out of
lo-fi
100
on
equaling
today.
greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 72 out of 100, also equaling greed. And looking at the VIX, currently at 12.67.
The clicking noise is the this indicator on the bottom. It's the clicking speed is the speed of tape. That is normal for you to hear the clicking. Is the clicking loud? Okay. The difference in there's a sell sound and a buy sound between the clicks. You'll start to hear the difference between the two and what a fast speed looks like and what a slower sell looks like a faster buy and a slower buy. So we rejected where we thought, right, this is just NQ VWAP. Just watch to see what happens into this 40 into ORL here on NQ. Should be able to get a bounce here in a second. Same with this 8750. If we were going to hold, this is where we'd want to see buyers defend. If this 8750 becomes resistance and it no longer shows as a higher low, then we'll probably just be coming back down fully into this low here. So really watch to see if buyers defend this. As long as this holds, we should be able to build here for a continuation higher. But if we do not see that 8750 hold and it becomes resistance, look for a pushback down to this 8375. So again, just wait for the Russell to show that it wants to find a low. Ideally at this 84 here. If we get a bounce, that should mark the low for ES
at
and the ability
10:30
to
a.m.
hold
Eastern
here.
time, we get our weekly EIA
So we really
data.
want to see
Crude oil inventories forecast -1.6 million on the prior 1.609 million, with a range of 2 million to -3 million. Distiller inventories forecast 1.1 million on the prior 5.217 million. Gasoline inventories forecast 1.335 million.
Just watch for the
on
Russell
prior
to find a low here.
1.764 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior 1.854 million.
That's all I have to really say. Into this 85.6 to ORH at 81. Just this green box that I have drawn out. Acceptance over VWAP. All we're looking for acceptance over VWAP is the same thing as what does that mean? Okay, so what we're looking for is the ability for, on a push above, for buyers to defend and show willingness to hold at this high, right? So when you're looking for acceptance, you're looking for the ability to push above and then for that to become kind of our supportive level. As of right now, we can call this look at VWAP basically a push above and failure to hold. So what we saw is a push above, a failure to find a bid that was strong, and then a push back down, right? So sellers are in control here. We do not see acceptance above VWAP on buy side. So what we're looking for is just the ability to push and then hold this level for continuation up. So until we see that, there's not really anything that's telling us that we're going to have higher prices than this. So what we look for in plays like this, how do I explain this? So just like how I bought this 8375 because this is where our POC was, we can all right, I got it. So we know that buyers are down here at this 83.75 to 82 because we saw POC develop out here. So the point of control is where the most volume's been traded. And we see that the POC was shifted to this 96 target above us. So what we've defined here is that we have buyers here, sellers here. Right, this is just like a definitive thing that we can kind of we can say about this area based off of where these two POCs have developed. This shift has occurred. So the same thing can apply to VWAP, where we now can use this level, which is up at this 72, as a reference point for reversion. So we can say that there are buyers here and sellers here. So VWAP is representing a volume weighted average price. So if price is currently below VWAP and on a test into VWAP we are rejecting and failing to push above, we can safely say that a seller is in control at that level. So until we can push above that level and find buyers, we should be looking for basically a reversion trade where we get too far away from our volume weighted average price that we push into it. But on attempts back at that level, until we can see a hold above, we need to accept that this seller is in control and that we're going to revert from back from this level into VWAP to our seller. We're going to then revert away from it again. So like we've now hit our average price, and now we are going to then go with trend again back down, right? You basically just get this like bouncing effect where, let's say this is VWAP. Price on days like this
At 10:30 a.m.
like
Eastern
this.
time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast -1.6 million on the prior 1.609 million, with a range of 2 million to -3 million. Distiller inventories forecast 1.1 million on the prior 5.217 million. Gasoline inventories forecast 1.335 million on the prior 1.764 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior 1.854 million.
So we have this is our volume weighted average price, right? And then what's happening is that we have price that basically oscillates around this level, where when we get too far away, we tend to kind of revert back to the mean. The mean being this middle point, this purple line. So what we need to be watching for is price able to hold above for a push and continuation off of it, or is the average price that where most of the volume has been traded on the day being held as our resistance point, right? Like that's kind of the idea. So when we're below it and we're finding we're seeing a failure to push above, we need to understand who's in control of the market. And right now there's clearly a seller in control at that VWAP level. And when we see large reactions from the VWAP and a push away from it, then we know that there's someone who's aggressively in the market who is selling
US
off of that.
stocks
Usually,
pair gains, S&P 500 up
Scala to talk today.
0.1%, the Nasdaq flat, and the Dow up 0.2%.
The reason why we care about that level is because institutions will average in off of that level. We've got a class covering that, but basically they have some like algos that they'll put in where a client will be like, I need an average price of X on the day. And so when we revert back in, they're going to average into a position at basically the best possible price for the day. So if a client's like, I need X amount of shares in, they're like, okay, well, how do I fulfill this order, and how do I prove that I did my job correctly? Well, if you're buying in at the average price, multiple over the course of the entire day, filling a position, you're going to do that at objectively the best price possible, which is your VWAP or TWAP, your time weighted average price or your volume weighted average price. And so if you start to see these like really strong reactions off of this level, you know that there's a larger participant in the market who's kind of playing off of this on the day. Sorry, that was kind of like a long-winded way to describe that, but I think it's important to understand why these reference points exist and why we can play off of them. So just like with our POC, right, they give us kind of like definitive levels to play around, where POCs give us an average price where we've seen the most participants showing, value in areas, right? So a POC at the lows is where buyers have found value, and at the highs, that's where sellers have found value. And until we find acceptance above or below those areas, we can use that as a area where we want to be risking off or on. And just as with the POCs, we can see that with VWAP as well, that's an area where we want to be risking off until we see that level become supportive.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories.
Just to kind of like full circle back. So that's why we can kind of be like, okay, until we see a push and hold above here, just like with the selling POC, VWAP can be used as a reference as well. Sorry, it's like a really long-winded way to answer that question, but I think it's important to understand. And we can do the same thing with like our weekly VWAP levels, where our VWAP, our standard VWAP, it resets on a daily basis. Our weekly VWAP is a longer anchored point where we're referencing from Monday, the start of the week, instead of 9:30 for a standard VWAP. So like all we've done is revert back down to Russell VWAP.
Still waiting for the
So we're
data.
going to be expecting buyers to be here.
A draw -4.633 million. A draw of -4.633 million. That's lower than the forecast of a draw of 1.6 million. Gasoline inventories are billed 5.421 million, 5.421 million, higher than the expected build of 1.335 million. Distiller inventories are billed of 1.267 million, a build of 1.267 million, higher than the expected build of 1.1 million. And crude Cushing inventories are billed of 1.829 million, 1.829 million.
So let's see if we can get a bid off of this and develop out these higher lows. You just want this 7950 to hold on ES and this ability to now hold this higher end of this node, right? This is where we're currently bidding. We want this 7950 to now hold, and we want the Russell to be able to find a low here at this VWAP and opening range high. It's a good area as a reference point where we can now look for a bid up.
The US Strategic Petroleum Reserve up 0.33 million barrels at 351.917 million barrels.
From this buy here into...
We have posted out the weekly EIA inventories report on the feed for all those interested.
So you want to be risking off at least one into that 86. And we're just looking for higher lows to develop out. I did not mean to move that. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, there we go. This should, we should be able to get a bit more interest in a pushback up to at least 92.5, I think. If ITY continues to find a bid, we should be able to test this node here. Do you guys have any questions about any of the stuff I was just talking about, or are we on like the same page about like the mean reversion trade and then using like POCs and VWAP as reference points, or just like our node structure? Like those are all different ways to kind of like know where we should be putting risk on or taking risk off. Same page? Please let me know if you have any questions. to 1700. It's gonna be rough to get through that. Did you notice where we rejected again? Out at our 35 pivot? That 35 to 40 is still holding us down. That seller is still there. We've had that pivot marked for now like 3 weeks. And I've been referencing it. And we just sold off again there today. So, this is another one of those areas where it's a really simple, a simple. God, I can't like speak today. This is where previous buyers were, right? So, this is a very simple level to risk off at until we see acceptance above, because we understand that if this buyer is now off sides on this retest, we now need to show and find acceptance above on this node. It needs to show as supportive again, or a seller is going to be defending this, right? Previous support now is resistance. So what we need to do is get back over this node and show that buyers are willing to try here again. So what we're looking for is a push and hold over this 930 for confirmation. And until we can get back over this 930 level, we are now looking at this area as a potential selling node, right? Because what we have now is a ton of volume right here that needs to become supportive. So this node, let me see if I can pop this out a bit more. There we go. Everyone here is off sides, so you're either going to get, if they didn't risk off right into this high, which doesn't make any sense if they didn't, because this has been a clear selling level, all of these people are off sides, so they're either going to be closing their position for break even here, or they're going to, yeah, I mean, that's basically it. If they're not already closed, they're risking off into this level until we see a pushback over this and show that this buyer wants to participate again. What I'm watching for really is this higher low buyer here to play with this guy. I need to see this guy show their hand again and bounce and push off. Until then, I'm watching this as basically just a seller reloading and trying to defend this position. So we're really wanting to see that 930, a push above that, and then an aggressive bid to step in. And if we can do that, then we should be able to push up to at least like 45s. And then from 45s, we look for 60. But I'm just trying to see recovery of previous buying levels. That's really it.
US gasoline futures move lower after US EIA reports a bigger than expected gasoline storage build.
Is this the bounce I'm talking about? The red line? Is that around 15, Serum? 15 to 18? Because if so, yeah. But we're looking for a push above 930. Sellers should be sitting at the 930 until then. And we can see them here, right? Like this level is what we're watching. This guy. All we're trying to do is find and push above this seller and then show that this can become a bid for a push out and recovery of ORL. Until then, like, this 930 should stay offer. But if the Russell is holding a higher low, Like, that's all that matters here. We should just be expecting chop on NQ, but if the deltas are holding up and the Russell is continuing to show that VWAP in our opening range high was our bottom, then the market should be able to continue up. NQ might just need to rotate a bit until we confirm on RTY. So this is just one of those areas where you're like looking for a breakout, but the breakout isn't going to happen for a bit. So you just get like this small tight chopping range where we can get a liquidity grab lower, but it will still make out a higher low while we're waiting for the Russell to break.
So US weekly crude production falls for the first time since July. Brent and WTI futures extend losses after EIA storage report. WTI futures fall by $2 a barrel to a session low.
Until we get above 930 and start to find acceptance above that, like that's your current risk off for longs. Like it's just, we need to see acceptance above. Your current like large pivots are this 75 to 80 on NQ, this 930 to 940 on NQ, and this 035. Right, like these are your major areas. Let me just mark this. So you, but why did that do a time frame? Okay. What's going on with this chart? Why is it in intervals of I just need a clean reference point. Okay, we'll just make a new chart. These levels have been our levels for weeks. But do we see why we have an interest in them? How this is like an easy pivot to watch. This is the one that we're currently at, this 930 to 940. Either we see acceptance above it, or this becomes our resistance, right? This is where our buyer was, and this is where our seller has been. And we can even just take this 35 to 40 and extend it even further. We can see either we find acceptance above, or it becomes our resistance and our push below point. So until we find acceptance above this level, this is kind of where we need to be risking off. And we can see that over and over and over again. And this is now our newest one, this 30 to 40. Where we need to see a push above, and we can scroll this one over as well. These are these pivots that you're looking for, where we can see like very clear shifts in the auction, either above or below these references. You see what I mean? Like it's very clear if you just like look left. And it's the same for this 80 and this 30 level. These are kind of our newer lows, where we're now watching this pivot for direction. And we can take this to the left. Like, oh, what do you know? This has been where a buyer has been located. And like, if we're finding acceptance here, then we can then push up to this top of this range. So now you all of a sudden can play these kinds of ranges where we're buying into this low until we see a push below this and continuation down, right? And we're selling into this high until we see a push above this and then a continuation up. And now you can kind of just traverse this low to this high and then this low to this high. And we can risk off into these levels. And until we see like a push below and then this to become resistance, we just trade these as two different ranges. The market is either transacting in, we can say, this distribution or this distribution, right? And then we understand that like the overall is this. Crazy. Right? But then we have like two very clear auctions that are being presented, and then one overall balanced range that it creates. But like, as long as we have a reference point that of like this 930 to 940, and then all we're looking for is either acceptance above or acceptance below. And now all you have to do is watch a 10-point area as reference. You see? And it's the same at these lows, where we just watch for acceptance at this 830 for a push back up, or acceptance below for a push down. Alright. I just posted that in chat so that you guys have that as a reference, but it's nothing new. It's one of those things where, like, once you can kind of see it, right, it becomes like a very easy point of reference of like where you should be risking on and where you're looking for price to develop and push. There's a 20 SMA at 15964 for NQ. Don't you think the market makers want the market to pull one leg down before going to 1600 again? At least that's the trend I've been seeing, but I'm still learning. 15964. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you 20 SMA is fine, but that's also just VWAP and where our POC is. So I think that that's an accurate level. I don't know about like it because of the 20 SMA. I don't think that really matters. But I think referencing this POC and VWAP as a point where we need to see a push above or below this level is important, regardless. This is just a really good reference point because this is where all of our volume has been transacting on the day. This is where the most volume has been traded, volume weighted average prices here, as well as our point of control for the day. So, yes, that is our pivot. But is it because it's the 20 SMA? Doubtful. But, you know, it's working, so sure. You want the Russell to bounce here. If the Russell bounces as NQ pushes, then we should be fine. Ideally, we get over 83.75. Again, this is a very simple pivot on ES. This buyer has now flipped to our seller. So we need to see acceptance above this before we get more continuation. It's just a very simple support becomes resistance, and now all you're looking for is a push above and then ability to hold off that level. And until that point, that is where we should be expecting resistance. If you need another reference point, it's like, okay, this is where our imbalance is, right? We see us on this candle here, a large sweep to the downside, and this has now created a sell side imbalance that we need to push through when we have a one time framing down off of an important node structure. We now need a push above, or we should be expecting sellers to still be positioned here on retest. So we're looking for something like this. And that'll give you an idea that buyers are back. But until that point, that's just your seller. So see if the Russell will bounce here. Yeah, we have a Discord, and on the days that I'm not live on YouTube, we're live in Discord. But it's a premium thing. So yes is the answer to your question, but not for free. Yeah, if you want to try out our service, Predicator, we are offering 30% off if you just want to give it a shot. Links in bio to our website. I'd be more than happy to have you along. Give us a shot. We are not a call out service. I want to highlight that, but we trade live and we give commentary and we do education, and our goal is to get you funded on a prop firm and then get you basically to the point where you are self-sustaining, right? And then you are sticking with our community because you're an active participant and that you're making your own money, and then we all are making money together, and we kind of just have a nice group of shot callers who are all kind of participating together in chat and killing it. Yes, yeah, then I think we're probably a good fit for you. Mondays, every Monday we have a aftermarket session where we do education content. We have a huge backlog of education, and we have a bunch of proprietary indicators that we've developed with all of the ways that we personally trade that are coded by us and for us for our systems, and we teach them and we use them ourselves. And then the whole goal is for you to basically be able to get funded. And then not have to risk your own capital. And as soon as you get funded, you just send a DM to us with your certificate, and then you get 20% off your subscription to us forever. As long as you're funded. So, like, learning also has a benefit, because as soon as you actually are applying our teachings, you then you save money on our service. Always, Larry. Sorry, Kevin, I was talking to someone in YouTube chat. These orders were red on a 5-volume filter and are green on a 20. How come? The red and green is just, I wouldn't pay too much attention to that on Trade-Evade. Honestly. This is what this is showing, Evan. So it's just when they came through, were we on an uptick or downtick on price itself? And then it's kind of filtering it by that color, right? That's all that it's doing. So if you're grouping together larger or smaller orders, the filtering, it's picking up that in that size we were pushing on an uptick. That's all. And on a lower time frame or on a smaller size, we had a couple that came through on a downtick. That's literally all it is. So there's really not much to go off of there. You have to like kind of watch to see how price reacts as well. as those come through. Which is why I think watching like your delta is probably a bit better. Then you have an idea of which side we were actually trading on.
Brent futures extend losses and fall by $2 to a session low of $75.17 per barrel.
Sam, I should mod you. Can I do that from this chat? Let me see if I can do that real quick. Yo, what's up, Fark? Sam, can you type in chat again? Nice. So, we shouldn't be expecting too much more of a move until we see the Russell break out of this selling channel. Ideally, we bounce here, right? This is RTY, ADR, VWAP, and opening range high. But we need to see a pushback over 82 here for this move to have any sort of legs on it. NQ is back to our pivot at 940, and we are still under this seller at this 8250 to 8375 on ES. So until we see the Russell find this low, this is kind of it for the move, sadly. We really need to see the Russell find an aggressive buy here in the next minute or so, or what's going to happen is we have NQ basically coming up to the high of this range, while the Russell has been showing weakness at the low of the range. So we're at a pretty pivotal spot where if the Russell gains momentum here on this push below VWAP, this will lead to NQ and ES failing at the highs to break out, which will lead to a complete loss of momentum and an elevator down, right? That's the idea here, is that we want our market to be in sync, and when the market isn't in sync, we need to be very careful, because when we see weakness in the Russell and a failure to hold basically where we thought it would, as NQ and ES come back up to the high of their ranges, we now have a full loss of momentum, and now the market is in sync, but to the downside, not to the upside. So it's always a really good reference point where you can like kind of identify the range and then watch to see which one's leading us, like where we're going and where we're leading. So I don't think that there's again, you need to see the Russell find a bounce here in the next minute or so, or we're going to get at least one more leg down to this like 72, 73.
WTI falls below $70 a barrel for the first time since early July.
And the reason why I'm referencing this area is this is where that POC is before the shift down. This 71.7, it's your day open, it's your weekly high, it's your Globex high, it's your opening range mid. So there's a lot of confluence down here that this will probably be our bounce point. If we can't get back over VWAP. Back to our 940, top of range on NQ. And back to this 8250 to 8375 on ES. Again, we need to see the Russell over the 79.6, and that will confirm that we can push. Until then, this is a very tight range in which we're trading. Deltas look fine, but we do need to see the Russell get out of here and recover this level before we can really say that we're going to get continuation. We don't want to see us continue to hit our heads here, or we will get a larger move down. If you're willing to trade the range, right, this is your risk off into 40s. We know that there's a seller here, and you're risking on into this 15 to 1850. And this is just the current oscillation until we see acceptance above. Great job, Varg. Yeah, I'm really not here to sell you guys anything, but if you do want to try out our service, here's a 30% off code and a link to our website. I'm putting it in chat now. Do with that what you want. If you have any questions, just let me know. Jeez. Hopefully we get out of here soon. Need to see Russell Delta make a higher low here and start to push. Acceptance back over VWAP. That'll be our signal. Remember where we are. I just want to reference this again. We are on our pivot right now, right in the middle. So we're looking for a push above 40s or acceptance back below 30s here. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere in the sense of we're chopping directly on this pivot. So until we get a clear signal of us failing on a look below to then recover it, we are basically just chopping sideways on either waiting for acceptance back above or waiting for acceptance back below. This is where we currently are trading. So as long as you're remembering that this is our reference, this is where we are, and these are our targets above and below for this area. And we can mark one right here as well as like our mid pivot. Here, actually, let me just do that right now. So push below, pop down into this. This then leads to either further downside, something like that, or a pop back up. And we can do a pivot here as well, where we can look for acceptance above, push, and that either leads to the ability to push or an oscillation back down. So where we should be interested in is here on a look below, and then the offer then sticking at this 30 level for a retest, for a push down, or a look above, and for a rebid of this 40 on a look above, right? I think this is why these levels are important. As of right now, there isn't really a great trade. You're looking for a look above or a look below, and then watching the DOM to see if we get an aggressive buyer or seller on a retest out of this range, or a continuation and push. If you're unwilling to participate at this 30 or this 40 level on either side, you are going to be wanting to wait until we get to this level and transact on the next push out of this range, right? Something like this, where we're getting a push above or below this 53.25 or this 13.50. Yeah, Brian Watt's still around. I don't know what he's doing. I think Ty follows him quite a bit, but I think he's doing futures now on Motive Wave. Yeah, me either. If you're long from 79s, your first risk off is here into this 83.75 until we get a look above and then show of that becoming supportive. If we get this look above here, we can look to potentially add on for a pushback to ORL at that 87 for another 4 points. But until then, right, we know that this is our seller. So if we're using the same logic, right, this is our current, what? Oh, wrong tool. This is our current distribution that we're trading in, right? So what we're looking for is acceptance above our value high. So this would be our value high here, and this is our value low. And what we're looking for is a break out of this distribution on this tail, right, at this high, and then a continuation and a push. Until then, this is the range in which we are trading in. So we should be looking to risk off on either ends of this, these really short, shallow tails of this distribution. And then we're waiting for acceptance on a look above, an aggressive push above, and then a rebid. Until then, we understand that our seller is positioned here and that this is seller value, and that down here is buyer value. Until we see either side of this like little mini auction that we're currently trading in break, you don't want to give back gains for no reason. And it's the same thing for NQ, right? We've already found our high and our low. So until we can find acceptance above that 45, this is kind of it. The things that we can watch for continuation is we got our bounce and hold over VWAP here on the Russell from our look into that 75.9 that we thought we would bounce at, right? This is our pivot low. But we need to be watching our reaction as we come back into this pivot here. This is an important area on the Russell. We can see that as we come into this is either going to become our buying or our selling pivot, depending on which side we're above or below on. So as we come up into this 84, just pay attention. See if this holds as our resistance or supportive. Morning, Romeo. Can't believe you think 60 is cold, Rory. That just blows my mind. Man said crisp. See if we hold that RTY VWAP here and our 7950 pivot on ES. What you're looking at, sellers are going to try to aggressively push below this and then reoffer it, and buyers are going to try to defend this. So this is one of those levels where on a look below, you'll be watching the retest. And if sellers fail to even do that, then we look for this to just continue to oscillate between these two areas. Like if this holds without much resistance, then we should just look for probably a push above. But Like this is our pivot, right? Like this is where we're watching to see if buyers continue to defend this. And on any sort of tempt below, we then need to start paying attention for seller continuation back down to 76.50 to 74. But until then, right, like this is where we expect buying to be taking place. Hypothermia at 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's crazy. You were not meant for this world, Rory. You were supposed to have died off, I'm pretty sure. I don't know about that. You know, like an MMO, you'd be in that starter zone. Well, Florida's got is that the Goldilocks zone. It's the only thing that's keeping you alive. Wait, did you guys see this from the trailer, GTA trailer? Like, it's actually like a reference of every single Miami, like Florida meme. It's just that. Like, the game is just Florida Man. Look for a buyer here, off of that failure. We're looking for a push down into 74s, and then for this to basically come back up into 76.50 for an immediate buy again. Just a liquidity grab off of a failure to hold the mid of the range. It's just crazy, like, how it's literally, like, they just reproduced the memes. Like, they didn't even try to, like, create new content. Like, it is Florida. GTA is just taking place in Florida. How does it feel to live in GTA? That's the question I have for you. You freaking love it? Oh, okay. We already do that, Roy. We already do You're a walking meme. You want to see buyers step in the next like 30 seconds, or we're going to get one more leg down. This is a nice little liquidity grab. I'm going to push below, but we might need to come down to 72s before we get a push back up. We should find out here in a second if this is going to hold. So if you're trying to play this as a long, right, you just want to make sure that you're maintaining your stop at this low. And then you're looking for a move back up to 79.50 as your first target. Understanding that if this becomes resistance, right, if we lose this, you're looking for a move down into here. And this is where you're looking for shorts to reload, is right here. Right, so that's your target off of that push into 79.50, and now you're looking for shorts to try off of this node. And then that would lead to another leg down. So the long was fine, back up into our target, but now we're back to our pivot, right? So now you're seeing if shorts are willing to defend this, just as off of this aggressive push down. But if we get it back above, then we should be able to make a new high above this 83.75. So this is an important test here. Basically, just we spent too much time up at this selling node and we didn't have any traction from buy side, and we can only trade in a range for so long. So we're going to get a retest of this buyer below to make sure that we're still valid here. That's just like a resulting, get some liquidity, and then come back up to retest. But what you're looking for is on this pivot, are sellers willing to defend here? If not, then all we've done is gain buyers and trap some sellers down at the lows, and we should be now looking for a push above. So this is a very important test on, you're looking for selling or a seller to show their hand here, a look below the 79.50, and then for this to then become our offer point, right? We hit our head on this node and then an aggressive sell down. So that's what you're looking for continuation down for a short. Be something like this. A failure to basically hold here, and then a look below, and then retest, and then push. Whereas for buy side, your buy was at that 76.50, and now you should be risked off at least half your position, and we should be looking for a push above this node still at this 82 to 83. Until then, this is kind of it. You're waiting to see directionally where we're headed from here.
US natural gas futures extend losses, prices fall to the lowest since September.
So if you're short from 79.50, you want to be risking off 1 into 74, and then you're looking for the same kind of move where on a look below, you now want to see this become your reference point for your seller to now hold this level, the 75 to like 76.50, right? Just like this is where our previous buy was. You want to see if these buyers are now offsides and a seller is willing to defend this low for a continuation down, or if we continue to just kind of like oscillate between these two pivots. But like it's of course where you're going to risk off at least one, because this is where our previous buyer was, and until we get below and then show that sellers are willing to defend it, you need to understand that that is where someone was willing to buy. It's that simple. So this is your look below aggressively. Now you want to see 74 stay on the offer on a push. And this is your ETH low. So for me, this is a really good risk off and area to attempt to see if on any sort of look below this or attempt into this, we see a strong aggressive buy. So I'd be moving stops down if you're short and look for potential reverts back to our mean. Above us on any sort of look below our Globex lows. Yeah. I think we should break below this and then rebid off, ideally. We're basically, what's happening here, a way to think about it, is just we're making all of these people who are long from this low offsides or basically stopped out of their positions, and then getting fresh liquidity and then pushing back. That's kind of the idea. So I'm really interested in what happens at this like 68, 50, 70 area. What you don't want to see is sellers holding us below this Globex low. If sellers are willing to push and then hold us down here, then we will get continuation on the downside. What you want to see is basically this become a liquidity grab and then buyers to immediately pop us back up now that we've put all of these people off sides and stopped out from the overnight low. And again, I'm not really bearish per se until we get below this 71.7. We're just at our RTY pivot here. So until we break below this POC at 71.6, then we can look for more downside. But this is kind of like the Russell coming into its oscillation low. And then we can look for a bounce like this from here. But we should be looking for like liquidity to kind of step in here.
So looking at some analyst notes ahead of this, so just in the middle of the session here, stocks wiping out gains driven by bets that softer labour market data will lead to rate cuts next year, as oil sank below $70 a barrel amid oversupply concerns. So again, that's WTI currently trading around $69.50.
I'm gonna delete this now that this is played. And now we're just at our next pivot. Can we find acceptance back above our Globex lows? Or do they hold as resistance on retest? Find out soon. Later, Vog. Glad you had a good day, man. I'm excited for you to not be playing a single player adventure. And that grind is so bad. The leveling grind for New World. But once you get out of that, it'll be great. Sven's at 60. He hasn't bought the expansion, so he just ended from wherever we left off like a year ago. I think. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. We need to get back over 80s if you want NQ upside. Seller's going to be situated there. On that'll lead to continuation down. So like this is our current node that we need to push above. So what you're looking for is on any sort of rebid for this blue box to be defended on a push above. Until then, this is where you're expecting your seller to be situated. At 80 to 85.
So Algeria joining the chorus from Saudi Arabia, saying that the latest OPEC Plus cuts may be extended beyond Q1 of next year. Algeria also notes that OPEC Plus may consider extra measures to steady the oil market. So again, to clarify, Algeria does not rule out extending voluntary oil cuts beyond Q1 next year or taking additional measures, according to their energy minister.
So just for clarification's sake, there's really not much to do other than try to short with this guy for continuation here into this blue box and into the RTY blue box. What you're looking for is a push above and then hold for any sort of upside idea. Same for the Russell, right? We need to see a recovery of these blue areas for any sort of upside, or we're just going to get seller continuation down. Do we see where we are? We failed at that 30 to 40. We got our rejection and push below. We're now at our next pivot at this 80. So if we fail to get back over 80s, then we should be looking for that 830 to 820. So this is our next little like mid pivot to determine, can we push back over or do we find acceptance below for continuation down? So if we get below 64s with 80s holding as resistance, then we can look for more downside. Until then, you're kind of in like a weird chopping area where we need to see a look below or a look above and then hold. So here's your 80 test on NQ. See if sellers defend, or if on a look above, we can then hold and then find an aggressive buyer on a retest. R2Y leading us down into our 71.7 pivot. That should be your test to determine which way we go. If the Russell could find a low here, that's great. If not, right, if we get that look below and then that hold as resistance like we have drawn on our path, then you need to be worried for more downside. Again, we're just at a pretty like pivotal spot on ES and NQ, where you're looking for buyers to be able to hold this blue box now, this 80 to 85 as supportive, and you're looking for sellers to try to defend this area on every attempt into Globex low at this 90, and then a push below 80s. So I think what you're looking for here is sellers on a retest of this 90. Sorry, trying to... So we're looking for basically sellers to now defend this Globex pivot and then push us below this 80 and then hold that as our reoffer with our stop then at that Globex high. So on a look below from here, understanding this is where sellers are going to try, but this is also where buyers are going to try. So we need that look below or above to determine if this trade's valid. And then that you can then play that down to your first target where these buyers are at that 65. And then you can do the same thing where we're looking for that look below and then the push down to our next target, which would be into here. But until we get that, this is where buyers are going to try to defend and sellers are going to try to hold, right? So there's not really a great objective area until we get that look below, because this is where you're looking for buyers to defend at this 80 level. And then we are just watching to see what happens as we come back up into this Globex pivot. And for like longs, right, what you're looking for is if you didn't get in here at the 65, 64 area, you're now wanting to see acceptance. So here's your test, right? This is that pop above. Now you really need to see that bid hold on retest. You should get a reoffer here in a second. So you're looking for this to now be your buy side push now that this is played for like a shorter term move. We want to see this Globex pivot now become supportive on retest. And then your stop is at the low. Because if we lose this buyer, then this completely reverses. And then it turns into this trade. Hopefully that makes sense. Morning, Gav. If you're long, your first risk off is into this 908 area. 908 to 912 on NQ. That's where you have supply. Testing now. So we have our FEG here on the 15 minute. What you're watching for is how we react as we push in. Do we reject and then push down? Or can we find acceptance and then bid off like this? You took the trade on the practice account by accident? Oh, it feels bad, man. Glad it's helpful, Tradegator. Let's go. Yeah, that 880 was a solid level for a rebid off. Now we just have to see how we react into supply here. As long as that 909 holds as
So Meta's
supportive, you should
testing
be
new
fine.
AI features across apps in a bid to boost appeal.
If 909 goes to turns to resistance though on any sort of retest, right on a look below, then you need to start to be worried if this low doesn't hold. That's really it. So here's your test. See if buyers defend. You expect on a look below this for sellers to aggressively try to hold that 910. So we'll see if lower highs continue to hold, or if buyers are willing to continue to bid here. You really don't want to lose that that level, or again, it'll just lead to this complete retrace back down. Should get an answer here in a second. Here's your reoffer. You're now looking to see if that 909, 910 area can be defended sell side. If we push back above and buyers bid off of it, you want to step out of the way, I think. But if we continue to see sellers stack here, then we should get one more leg down sell side.
JP Morgan's Diamond says he's deeply opposed to crypto.
Deeply opposed. Okay. He's probably loading. It's funny. He's in for a rough ride, Flex. That is not the one you want to be buying. Yeah, me too, man. So we got our sell into our 15s, got our rejection off of that 909, pushed down back to our 900. This is where our buyer is currently located until we push below this 900 and it becomes offer. This is your new range. We need to see this guy get pushed off sides. A good way to know like where the hell we are is just referencing our Russell, right? Like we're just in this pivot. So if the Russell rejects the high and we don't get our breakout, then we don't really expect much more upside and we risk off into this until we see this become supportive for that push up. ES is doing okay where we're holding a higher low, but again, like we need to see a break above this 15 to 18, or this is kind of the range in which we are trading, and you're expecting sellers to now try to defend that 909.50 10 area for a lower high, right? And you expect buyers to try to push above and then rebid off of that for continuation up. You just like turn off indicators real quick so you can see what I'm talking about. Do you see how we transact between these pivots? Get our flag, our push, back up to the retest. Now we're at that this pivot from where this previous buyer was and the seller was. So now we just need to get above this. If we can do that, then you can transact again. We can find acceptance for a push back up to that 30. Until then, we know that there's someone who's trying to defend this point. And I can't give you a clear idea if we're going to be able to breach above. I just know that we should be risking off if we are long from below here, because until we see a push above, there's no reason to think that we go any higher. Until I see like the Russell react and show that it wants to, as well as ES, etc., etc. We just kind of have to accept that like from this range, either we get our break below or our break above. And until then, we can just chop in between. The only things that we can kind of give us an idea if we should stay in a trade is that we are making higher lows, right? So there is someone who's willing to participate and hold these. So I think as long as you're playing off of this 903 level and it's holding a supportive, then you can kind of stay in this position. But, you know, like if we lose this 903, then you should close your long, because we will be probably coming back down to this 880 to 90 area, which just gives you another opportunity to go long again, right, from here. And then we have another pivot where we can determine which way we're going. This blue. Right, so like if we lose this 903, it gives you the opportunity to then reload here and then choose a direction. I'm gonna redo these. Have a good rest of your day, kids. Yeah, today wasn't great. Like range-wise, right? You have to really kind of respect our edges. Pretty slow market. It is what it is. But I'm glad you're practicing being patient. PLTR? That's a tough name to trade. It's a huge gap. Jesus. Doesn't really look like there's much of a trade until you either break below this like 16.18 or bounce from there. It's a pretty serious pivot in this range, right? Like you have a balance between at this low, right? Either the market's ranging in between this or it's holding above. And then you have this really large gap. So I think your safest bets are either to wait for push below for this gap fill. Right, like either this is going to be your bounce point, and then this recovers and then pushes. Or this is going to come down below this and then fill this gap. What you've got an issue here that you've got a strong seller who's in control right now from this high, right? Creating these lower highs and these lower lows, right? So you're basically just in a channel down, but you have a channel down that's come back down into a supportive bid, right? Where this previous buyer is. So until you lose this 1725, you have to have kind of a slight bullish bias, because we know that this is where this guy has been able to push price up in the past. So until this becomes resistance, there's really not much here. So you can either do two things, right? You can either wait for a push above the 1783 and then play this gap up to fix this structure above and then sell into that. Or you can wait for this to become supportive, right, on a push out of this gap range on a look above, and then you can play back up to basically here, right? We know that this is another market pivot. We can see it very clearly, and that also would be your lower high. So there's really not much here in its current position. Either you're willing to bid with this guy here at that 1725, or you need to wait for acceptance back above this 21, and then you can play it back up to 19. Until that point, there's either I think you wait for this to become resistance for a push down into this, and then look for this fill, and then from there that either bounces, right, and then we come back up, or this gives you a continuation and then you go for the full gap fill. So like objectively, it's really hard to try to take a position in the middle here with huge negative space, like empty space below and then some empty space above. We don't really have a great understanding of who we should be playing with. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. If you want to screenshot that, here, let me. Put that in chat for you, so you can reference it. So just back down to the bottom of our range at that 900 to 93. This is the low of your range until we get the look below. And this is the high of our range until we get the look above and hold. You're now watching to see if these sellers aggressively try to hold us at this 909, 910 as our high. Right? Just understand, like, we had higher lows going up, and now we have
Brent
lower
crude
highs
futures
holding us
extend
down.
losses fall by more than $3 to a session low of $74.15 a barrel.
Right, so we have a seller who is trying to aggressively push price down, so you need to get a push back above this, and then a bid off of this 10 level for any more upside. Until then, you're kind of in the middle of our range between these two levels, the green and the red box, with the Russell coming back up to the top of our oscillation between our blue zones. So this is going to be an important area where our ES and NQ making lower highs as the Russell retests its pivot high, And again, if the Russell rejects here and fails to break out, as NQ and ES are lagging, right, that leads to more downside. We need the Russell to break out here, or this is going to show weakness across the board on all three indices. I will be right back, guys. Gotta grab some water. kind of music is this? I just have it on like a copyright-free synthwave playlist. There's a link if you actually. Monday's stream got taken down because I was playing Bach, so I'm trying my best here to not let that happen again. Yeah, there's not much happening here, Ratio. You're gonna have to wait a bit.
So Apple readies the new iPads and M3 MacBook Air for a spring release. So Apple's planning new iPad Air, iPad Pro and MacBook Air models.
Need the Russell to break out of this range before we really get anything. The 909, 910 area held for our seller, right? So we've got our push down back to our Globex low here. So that gave you a nice little short opportunity on NQ from the look below. But other than that, not much. Need to see it break out of this range. I think this was a good example of that look below. So from our lesson on Monday, we can kind of play this where we see we have a seller who has shown that they're now in control, right? We've pushed back down to our buyer. We're now looking for them to hold a lower high, right, where this buyer was previously. We want these guys to be offsides and then for them to defend this or push down. So telling us that they're looking for more continuation. We then get a push up to retest this level. And now what we're looking for is a push below, retest, and then a aggressive defense for continuation down off of that level that we were talking about. And now we're right back down to that Globex pivot, right? So we have now traversed the entire range once again. So until we break either side, right? This is it. We need to see this 903 area hold as resistance if you want more downside, or we just come right back up. And you don't really get more upside until we can hold above this 13 and bid off like I have drawn here. Until then, we just oscillate between these two. And you need this Globex low to do something like this, or a retest of this downside. Or we'll just continue to pop here. and that's just the Russell back at the low of this range. Again, like it's just continuing to oscillate. Do we see how that NQ low goes into this Russell low? And that's just going to lead back up. So if like we can determine these edges, then we can just play that. See, like this is our edge low as well, and then we're back here on ES. It's the same edge low. That's why I said, like, we don't really see more downside until this pivot that I have marked becomes resistance. Let's just chop until then. What's up, Croto? I don't know, man. I'm sure someone took a bribe and there's a regulation change to make some rich person richer, and that's why. If I had to guess. Am I crazy, or does this look way thinner than this green font? Neither of them are bolded. Yeah, that's some sort of like color optical illusion. What color is the dress, Surf? Is it blue or is it gold? Alright, RTY back up to the high of the range until we see the look above and hold. You want to be risking off here. This is your 7650 on ES and your 915 to 912 on NQ. Ideally, we do get out of here, but I am not going to bet the house on it until I see the Russell break out of this range. Yeah, I mean, that's all you need. We have a very clearly defined range, so I mean, we're trading in a 6-point oscillation, so there's nothing wrong with that. It's just you need to respect it. Oh, nicely done. I can link that chart if you guys want it. I have it saved still. But this is nice. Again, like we are at the top of this range on NQ, right? Like there's not much for me to really say. We're trading between these two pivots. So until we see a push out of here, that was your risk off. This is your risk on. We're now in the middle, trying to see if this 903 can hold. You want sellers to defend 909 if we're going to continue down, right? That's the trade here. Is for this seller to be in control again. You want that 909 reoffer and then a push below 903 or a play back down into the lows. Understand that we are in the middle and that you have a buyer that's trying to support higher lows right now, right? But you want to see a push below this level here, this 901 to 903, show that as weakness, and then look for that reoffer for a continuation down. Understanding that this is where that buyer will be trying to defend. That's why I like that 909 for that short entry. Thanks, Rory. Huge. Yeah, here's another one that you guys didn't post. If you want it as a reference. Yoink. Yep. Do we see the thing, how it plays? Now this is your looking for that reoffer on this look below, aggressive look below. You want to see that 91 now holds, and that gives you a push down into the 80s. Do we see how we're just oscillating on the Russell, and that gives you an idea of where you need to be risking on and off? Like, this isn't rocket science. We just find the oscillation, and then we respect the highs and lows of it, and that gives us scalping opportunities. As soon as the Russell has weakness, we know that the NQ has already weakness. Like, then we get the elevator downs, those quick moves to the downside. And now we're right back down to our 6850 pivot, where our known buyer is. So we need to see a push below this, or any sort of continuation down, or this is just going to continue to oscillate and be pinned here. Every attempt as we come down into this, you should have a little less risk on, just because we should be expecting some more volatility, less liquidity at these levels, right? We can only hold here for so long before we need a push down into either side to grab fresh liquidity outside of this range before we can, get a more significant move. But until we break out on either side, you can have some risk on. Just understand that, like, the longer we rotate here, the more exhausted these two levels will become, and the more ammo is going to be in the barrel, right? Like on either side for a more aggressive volatile move outside of this range, because you're going to punish both sides, right? We have buyers and sellers who are both positioning here, and so on a break of this range, you're going to get people who are going to have to cover on either side of this position, which should give you a more volatile move outside, and then kind of a retest, and then a continuation from there. Great job, Sloss. Let's see if we get the break below 80s, or if we continue to just chop here. Remember, a weakness on the Russell and failure to continue this oscillation will lead to that next leg down. As right now, we're just chopping at the lows. I'll look right now, Sam. Yeah, Sam, the clicking is this on screen. It's tick strike. It's showing speed of tape via sound. So this is a very important area for us. You want sellers to now be able to defend this node. So this 85 to 90, right? You don't want to push back above this, or we're going to continue this oscillation. You want a seller to be loaded here and willing to push price down, and you want the Russell to be able to now find acceptance below, as we have drawn here, or more downside. That will lead to a further breakdown with confirmation on a push below 80s and then a hold from here. So we're at the low of the range, and we should be expecting some absorption from buy side, but understand that this can lead to our next leg down if we see a continued Russell weakness here. For buy side to punish sellers here, if we get enough absorption, you want to see a push above this 91 and then a push up into that 900, and then you can punish these sellers down at the lows. Again, just watch the Russell to see if we see continued weakness and a failure to get back in here. Serious question. Are you a real trader or just do TA and talk? I'm trading live. You can see them if you are a premium member. I post every day. My entries, exits, end of day results, all of that. At the end of the last 2 streams, I have posted my results for both days. For every stream. So if you need confirmation, you can go back to the previous 3 streams, and at the end I have shown. Can I post the link? No. To what? The previous streams, or what? I'm not gonna do the work for you, man. What? Watch your 65 on NQ. There's really not much here. Either we reject 80s or we hold 65s on NQ. Is Tick Strike on TV? No, sadly not. It's an independent service. Yeah, there is definitely a chance for a reversal and backup. We shall see what happens at 65. And into our 68.3 on the Russell. On the break of this range, your risk is more so towards downside, but we need to just be aware that this 65 has been a pretty strong and important level on NQ. Serious question. Okay, well, I'll just answer this for the sake. I usually don't do this, but I'll do it. It's fine. Here is today's results, Mr. Leon. As of right now. Here is Monday's results. Here is another stream's results. Here's the stream before that's results.
So keeping an eye on the markets here, S&P 500 now down 0.1%, the Nasdaq down 0.1% as well, and the Dow is around flat.
You want the month? I thought you were doing a lot of automated trading now. I personally do zero automated trading. Tom Kazi, one of the other partners, does basically all automated traded now through Easy Algos, our sister company. So if you're more interested in doing the scalping like that, that's perfectly fine. I personally really love trading. I love markets, so I'm going to continue doing this. But it's definitely an option. I don't do any automated trading though. My job is to sit here and trade, so I might as well trade myself. Do we have a course? We have a huge library of educational content in our backlog on our site. We do a class every Monday, and then we do individual lessons and trade reviews every Monday after market close. So we have a course in that sense, but we do not sell a course. We sell a subscription to our service, right? Which is me and Mario, who do live commentary during the week. That also gives you indicators and gives you a full backlog to all of our previous educational content on individual lessons. But we are not a course seller. It's like a full on commitment, right? Like the subscription gives you access to all of the information, and then it's up to you to apply that. End goal is to get you funded on a prop firm. And once you get funded on a prop firm, we give you 20% off on the subscription to our service. Easy. And then you trade with us live every day. Do I trade any metal? No. I mostly, sorry, I just saw your Philly. I concentrate on daily intraday trading. I'm not a huge swing trader. I have a long-term portfolio, but I don't touch it. We have some people in our group that do more swing trading, but I personally don't like to be overexposed in the market on shorter time frames, so I try to just do intraday, node-to-node trading. I find it like almost therapeutic. It's just, it makes sense to me. We got our rejection on our pivot on the Russell, which is leading to more downside. So this is where we can start to look for a failure at that 65 now. We're looking to see if this 65 can now act as our seller resistance. If that happens, right, we now have buyers offsides, and our seller in control. And that should lead to a push down into like that 830 to 820. So this is a very important test on any sort of continuation down. We're going to be watching for this to now be our strong selling push. You want this to stay offer, and that should lead to that 830. Yeah, Surf Dude, I hate selling, man. This is why I don't go live. I am not a salesman, man. I'm just trying to trade. So we're at our 65 on ES, and we're at that ORL on the Russell. Remember, oh, the wrong chart. This is where you're expecting a push below, right? You need to see this opening range low on RTY act as a resistance if you want any sort of more downside. So we expect some chop here, and then a directional decision after this, as we have drawn out, and then a push down into this 65.4 on RTY if it's going to continue down further. This could easily become another area where we chop, but it's really, that's it. And you need to see if this pathing plays out now. You need to see a rejection of ORL, acceptance below, and then a push down into this 65.4 and 63.5 with our monthly view up there. I don't really have anything else. This is just your downside continuation kind of pivot to see if this holds or not. It just got so chilly in my room. What is going on? So again, this is your retest. You need to see sellers aggressively send this down. I have a space heater pointed directly at me and I'm still freezing. What happened to Avery? Avery started his own service. He's still partnered with us for indicators and Easy Algo, but he has his own little service where he does like more swing trading stuff. You can find him on Twitter, but he's still a partial owner of TFC. He just has his own thing now. He's more on the backside of the business now, instead of like the front facing. So again, just watch as we come into this node above. Right, this is going to be a really important test to see if sellers are willing to reject this on supply. This like 65 to 68 is going to be key. This is your ORL retest on the Russell as well. You really don't want this to come back up into here, or we're just going to continue to be range bound. I'd like us to break out of here. Let's give 71. Yeah, we'll see what happens. And then 76. True. I'm just in a runner from 91 on NQ. That's it. I'm not really interested until I see us break out of this range, because it can get volatile in either direction. I want to see the Russell reject here for confirmation. Or, again, we'll just trade back up through the range, and that'll be miserable. Right, we wanted this to be our rejection point at the 65, and we didn't get it. So now we have to look for this reoffer again below for continuation, or this is just going to be trapped between this 65 and 80 until someone decides which way we want to go and hold, which I'm not a fan of. I'm gonna delete these now that they've played. Just keep our pivots, but try to clean up this chart a bit. There's really not much to say here. Again, you just need to see the look above 80s and then a flag to basically hold here, willingness to bid off. Then you can push up into that Globex high. And then it's just going to be a battle of, can we find acceptance above or below that line? Which is why I'm averaged in at that 91, right, for this push down. But I want to leave a runner just in case, because I understand that who's in control of the market right now? Well, we have a lower high, a lower high, a lower high, a lower high, right? So there's a seller that's clearly in control and pushing price down. And I know that for runners, I am more than willing to leave one at the break even here, because this would be our break of our downtrend, which would kind of invalidate this larger push down. We know that we have a buyer here who's willing to defend and that has put on some size and is aggressively swept up. That's created this imbalance. This is a new level that we can play off of. I'm going to mark this yellow. So we know we have some liquidity here on buy side on any sort of retest if we get it. So we should be expecting a bounce off of this. Just as a, understand that. And because we got that aggressive move, right, we know that there's someone who's trying and participating here, who's willing with size to sweep price up, and then we bid off of it and then pushed. So this is an important level, because we know that there's someone who's actively actually trying to participate here. But we need a push and hold over 91s for this to have any sort of like legs on it, or it's just going to rotate back up to this seller, which is what it's doing right now, right? This is just seller reoffer. The same as we kind of marked up on our blue, this blue pivot here. You now have a previous buyer and a seller. So this is kind of where you're watching to see directionally where we're headed, right? This is either going to hold below or hold above, just as before. You can see multiple examples today.
Surely expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
So you're looking for acceptance above or below. And remember, like, the Russell hasn't moved, right? Like, we're still just in this pivot. So as NQ comes up and these things get a bit of a relief bounce from shorts, right? Like, the Russell hasn't done anything of merit.
85 counterparties take $846.498
Like, pressure
billion
is still
at the
selling.
Fed reverse repo.
Like, until we get over this and show that there's any sort of, like, load that's actually going to hold on the Russell, I'm still going to have, like, a short bias, right? Because that's what our play has been based off of the entirety of the day, is that oscillation and then loss of the range. Yeah, Neil, I'm short from 91 still with a runner on NQ. That's it. Buyers are definitely trying, but until we can hold above 80s, right, we're just at that seller offer that I was just talking about, where you're looking for sellers to basically try to defend this pivot, this blue box, and until you see acceptance above, right, a push above 80s and then hold, you can't really target that 91. Should be expecting someone to try to be defending here and then push down. The reason why I'm still willing to hold a runner is, again, because the Russell is holding this low and not really breaking this downtrend. So until I see the Russell show acceptance and push back up above this 71.7, there's really no reason for me to exit. I'm willing to just take a break even on it. I don't really care. I'm in at a good position with the Globex low being that 91 that it's fine. We're just squeezing right now off of the failure from sellers to push us lower, but you know, it's not a big deal. I'll look to re-enter if I get stopped out. I enter in 1 to 2 lots. I'm not a large trader. I usually trade 2 lots at a time. I'll add to a position, average up or average if I see a higher low form, and then add another 2 lots. But usually my initial size is 2. And then I try to keep my max position at about 4 to 6. And then I risk off in 1 lots as we come into previous selling levels or buying levels. And then just leave a runner for break even and let that thing really ride. So you really want to see buyers defend this 80 here if they're going to push this up. I trade minis. Micros are fine though. If you don't have the leverage and you are looking to kind of do this scalping and like shorter time frame trading, there's no issue trading micros. I highly recommend it, especially if you have a hard time giving up or risking off trades, right? Like if you want to trade with some size, so that you have the ability to kind of flow with the market, enter and exit, you know, put 2 lots on and take 2 lots off. I definitely do micros until you get very comfortable understanding when you're wrong and exiting for small losses with minis, you should definitely stick to micros. There's no reason other than like greed to trade minis. If you have a small account, it's a good way to blow up. Especially if you're only trading like 1 to 2 lots of minis, you might as well just trade 20 micros. Like, yes, the fees are going to be more expensive, but it's going to give you a lot more flexibility to exit and enter trades and scale in and scale out. And as long as you're like trading these edges that we talk about, your risk to reward will be fine, and you'll cover fees like 100% of the time. Plus, just trading like 10 micros over 1 mini is just going to give you a lot of peace of mind of like more willingness to exit at actual targets instead of leaving it being like, oh, well, I only have 1 trade left. Might as well let this thing go back to break even, right? And then close for a loss instead of closing for profit. I see that all the time. Yeah, just as like a FYI, like if you guys ever are wondering if I'm in a position, just let me know and I'll tell you. I can even like post the position, right? Like I'm not hiding anything. This isn't. I have no problem sharing. The stream is to be helpful, not to lie to you. There's really not much here until we get below 49. This can easily come back up.
State news agency cites Kuwait as a support OPEC Plus agreement committed to the voluntary cuts.
This is where we're watching to see if the Russell harsh rejects or if we get back into this range. This is our pivot. So this is a very important level to watch. Again, like this is... like we probably pop. We need to see a strong seller come in, or we've just basically taken all sell side liquidity. I need to see us hold below 65s on NQ and then hold below 49s for any sort of like real action. or we're just going to continue this oscillation. Let me turn off indicators. Right, like this is where we're currently rotating. And we've just created this higher low at our pivot at the 65. So until we can push below this pivot and this becomes our offer, we should be looking for upside continuation here where we build and find a buyer to push and hold above. Until then, we understand that the seller is here, and so all we're watching for here is this going to be defended on sell side, or do buyers have enough momentum to eat up the sell orders here, right? And then build a flag and then push off of this. Until then, right, we can easily see that this is our seller. So I don't really have any sort of like targets until we break out of this range, because we know that this is where our seller is and we know this is where our buyer is. So until we break either one of these pivots, I don't really have any sort of like directionality. Yeah, definitely that 830 is a target if we find acceptance below. But as of right now, right, all we're doing is transacting where this previous buyer was. So, like, there's not much here. Just go to a 15-minute so you can see what I mean. Like, we're just trading within this range. So until we break above or below, I don't really objectively have anything to work with here. All that we can see, and this is why I just shifted to the 15-minute at all. Do we see how we have a 3-bar to the downside, and then we have an imbalance that was created here, and all we've done is test that imbalance on sell side? So what I mean by that is that this area right here, this range, is where we should be expecting sellers to be trying to push price below and hold. That's like, this is where we should be finding liquidity. It's on this FEG that we just filled. Right? So we need to now get below this 65, right? And then show this as offer, and then that can lead to more downside. That'll give us basically a move that looks something like this, right? On the larger picture. Until then, you just have like this chop, and what does this chop represent? Well, this is a showing of acceptance at this low, and we need to see if that's buy side acceptance or sell side, right? Like, ideally, you don't really want to go long until we see buyers above this 910. And that's that break of that downtrend and a clear showing that this seller is gone and out of the picture. Right now, you're trying to see if sellers can hold this low, and then we're going to get that move down into the 30s. That's why it's kind of an awkward place to talk about, because we know the pivots, right? We have the 80 and we have the 65. And that's kind of where we're transacting in between right now. So until we see buyers willing to hold right above there or hold below here, there's really not much. Hopefully that's showing, or maybe this is a better way to look at it. Like, we can see that a seller has been pushing the price down pretty forcibly, and we need to get back over this pivot and then show this as supportive before I really care about upside, unless we're just scalping. So in my mind, we're either going to get a 80s will hold, right? Our seller is still here, and we get a push back down into the 64. We get an aggressive sell attempt into this 56, and then we get a strong bid off of that. That leads to a push above, and then a hold into this 91. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now, if this 80 holds. So we'll test this buy-side liquidity down here on a rejection of 65s. Immediately get a buy off of it, try to trap sellers here, and then push off. That would be like the ideal situation if you were looking for a long, or you need to basically wait until this 910 becomes supportive above. Because right now it's just like very slow and choppy, and these edges aren't all that convincing on either side. So I think for like something like this, you'd be looking to see if you can get a limit fill here with a stop at this low, and then you'd be looking for upside to like that, right? So I'll just see what happens into the 65 if buyer's still present, or if this flips offer, and then look for liquidity here. If not, then right, you're just looking for short continuation down into this 30 to 20. I'm out one more into the 65. This one runner now. Waiting for direction. Yeah, things look fine. We're just at POC and Globex High retest on RTY, so you just need to see if we can get back over Globex High. If we fail, then we should look for a pushback down to ORL. But as long as we continue to maintain higher lows on the Russell and that continues to catch a bid, then everything's just going to continue to oscillate. So watch for liquidity here. See if buyers are willing to hold. If we don't see a strong bid off of this and a large move up, then you should just be looking at this zone as resistance on a reoffer below, right? Because that's showing us that the buyer is no longer interested, and I no longer want anything to do with it, and you should be looking for a push down into 30s. So we'll see if this holds, but this is where I'd be expecting, right? That's your first risk off here into 64s, if you bid there. You need to see a push over 64 and then hold for any sort of continuation. Someone stacked at 63.75, see if they hold liquidity there. Need a really strong buyer to carry this up. I need a bit more follow through here. Need someone to slap this thing. 64 hold was nice, but we need a push now over 68. Or this can lose steam. .68 test. Let's see if they can hold it or if it's going to continue to get slapped down there. Risk off 1 into 75. Trade should now be completely free. Leave a runner. Until we get over that 75 to 80, this is your high. Hopefully I walked through that enough for you to take advantage of it. Got our liquidity grab down into our FEG, right? This buy side push. Got our hold of our 64s. Pushed over our 68s. Now holding, trying to rebid off. Going up, but yep, there you go. That's a trade. Now we just look to see if we can find acceptance here, and you look for continuation above 75 to 80, and then you can get a larger move. Deltas look good for R2Y. Let's see if we can get over 75 on R2Y and then push. VWAP would be nice, but it's a big ask. First battle's at the 75 ORM. Move your stops up as we come up into this. This is your seller reoffer. Again, the 75 to 80 is your risk off until we see a look above and a hold. I repeat, 75 to 80 is your risk off if you longed the 56 or the 64. We have come back up to the seller. You need to see a look above 80s and then the ability to hold a bid or a push into 91 for any sort of more upside. I will be right back. We have fully met PT. I just want everyone to be aware of that. So, and what you're looking for now is the secondary idea, which is right, a continuation. And hold above. But we have now fully gotten to target. I have one runner left with a 64 average. I have risked off fully from the low. All of our low contracts from here. So I'm just sitting here now with a 1 contract 64 average. Just 1 contract left. Either it stops out or I hit 91. Surely that was good enough for the people in free YouTube to make money. Seeing a bit of weakness on the Russell. You need to see it bounce soon if you want upside continuation. Ideally, the 75.80 now holds and we get an aggressive bid into 91. Just be careful if the Russell does not catch a bid as we push into 91, that we could see a seller really slap this thing to the downside. Need the Russell to break out of this range as we approach that pivot. Brain injury hangout. It's so messed up. How are the guys at Top Step doing today? Are they down or up? What I like to hear. So this is where you want to see that 80 to 75 hold. This is that we are looking for a buyer to try to hold these higher lows here for any sort of like continuation, right? So this blue box is ideally where you see that bid step in, and then you get a rebid off of the 80s. If this fails and flips offer, then we're probably done with this move, right? So you're looking for a push into here, which is what's happening now, a rebid off of 80s, and then a push back into 91. If this flips and 75 goes offer, right, we're looking for a push down and then a continuation back into the 65. That's kind of the idea here. So you really want to see a strong bid, try to hold this. And you're looking for a push and a look back into this 80 for a entry for a 91 trade, where this will turn into a reversal. So let's see if buyers are willing to do it. Again, you need to look above on the 80 and then a bit off of it, and that'll give you your entry for continuation here. Here's your test. They're attempting. Russell's still showing weakness. Might take a minute. As long as the Russell continues to range, though, I don't think this is invalidated. But we do need to see this move happen relatively soon. Yeah, that'd be ideal. Might be a bit choppy here, just until the Russell can break, but I don't think anything's invalidated. Like, if they really want to punish people, this comes back down to 72 first, and then gets the 80 rebid. But hopefully we don't have to wait here for that long. That would suck. I need a nap. Jesus. Oh god, why is SHIB trending? They're really trying to pump this crap again? Some bonk? It's that, I don't know about the bonk coin. SHIB. Hell yeah. to Madagascar. We're just waiting on the Russell to find a low. If it can't, then this trade's moot. Again, you're looking for 72 liquidity to hold, and then a pushback over 80s and a bid off of that for any sort of upside. All we're doing right now is flagging from supply, but you need the Russell to get it together, right? We're just rejecting off of the Globex high as of right now, with no bid stepping in. So you need this bid to find a low here and then push out for NQ to get any sort of continuation. ES is fine, right? It's just RTY is holding basically POC and our pivot at that 71.7, and we're just waiting it out and a runner trying to figure out which way we go. I should mark that 72 for you guys on this chart. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think you'll get another entry. If 72 holds, just look for the pushback up into 80s and rebid off of it. That'll lead to the move. As of right now, you're just chopping. But we're basically just watching for this flag to form from liquidity. There's really not much, but this is your inval, I would say. This is where our line in the sand. Look for this to basically pop now if it's going to. If it doesn't, just exit. Yeah. I think you have to wait now. There's nothing here. You could try off the 64, but I would just wait for the recovery of 72. This is why our inval was at this buyer, because like if this guy goes, then we just come back down to 65 and you might as well just enter there, and then you look for the rebid. Watching the 72 here to see if it's defended. Just know that the Russell is selling. We need to see a buyer step in or this will continue down. Until the Russell finds a low, you don't have a lot of security in the move. Just go back to this chart so that you have an understanding of our zone. We need to see the Russell push back up and find a low here, or this will continue down. ES is, of course, just trading between our two zones, and NQ between our two zones. But if we lose 65s, then we look for that 49 again. As of right now, we're just at the bottom of our range. But if, again, Russell needs to find a low. As of right now, I think the sell's a bit aggressive compared to, like, I think that this is probably fine until I see someone more like a seller step in a little bit more aggressively on RTY. But we want to be careful. I think this is one of those areas where you're just going to have to be patient. It's going to be a bit choppy until we get a decision. What time is it? Oh my god, it's only 1:15. 2:15 Eastern. Price action's lame, I guess, but like the trades have been not bad. Like they've been pretty on point. Watch to see if the Russell rejects here at the 71.7. If it does, then that'll lead to the rejection here at 72 on NQ. We're testing ES Globex low as well. If that stays offer, then we can look for more downside. 68.50 first target. Need to see a push above. Actually, 72 is our pivot for both ES and NQ. It's weird when that happens. Russell needs this bid. Probably need to find a new playlist. So we need to see that push over 80s and then bid off of it, or this is going to be your high again. Again, we're just trading between this. I think it's a bit clearer on this other chart that I have, like zone to zone, right? Until we break either the low or the high of this zone, this is the range. Same for ES. You need to see the Russell be able to push back over 73s here, or this can reject and then push down. You should be, if you bought the 65s, this is your risk off until we see a push above that 80-85 on NQ. Really not much else to say until then. Not a big fan of this Russell movement. Makes me think that we probably do not get the break. Downside seems more likely. Unless we can recover 73 on RTY. This is a great example of what we were going over earlier today, where we see the Russell leading downside as NQ comes back up into the high of its pivot. And what did we talk about with that move? If the Russell fails, right, it's showing weakness first as NQ retests its pivot high. So if we see resistance here on NQ, that leads to a much more aggressive move down, because we have NQ testing the high pivot as RTY tests the low pivot as a rejection point, which leads to both then showing downside, which if NQ and RTY both have confluence with downside, right? ES gets a more aggressive downside move, and Q gets a more downside aggressive move, right? Because we don't have divergence within the market. We have the entire market selling instead of, you know, some sectors pushing, which leads to a much smooth, like much more momentum on the move. I took the same short, Kevin. Risked off one to that 55, but I've got one left. Yeah, I think it was fine with the Russell rejection. I thought that it made sense, right? It's like a good momentum trade, so I think it made perfect sense to try there. Relying on the Russell weakness and then push down as we attempted the pivot high. It looks like we have relatively the same entry. Yours might be a bit better. Just one left here. Break even. Wrist off 2. You're basically wanting to see 65 now. 65 to 68 hold as resistance if it's going to do it. See if your seller can hold this, and that'll push down. Delete this, now that it's fully played. Delete this because it didn't work. Still waiting for this to happen for upside. Yep. Same trade. Just waiting on the Russell to show if it actually wants to bid as it comes down into the ORL again. Sure, ORL test RTY. This is what you're looking for now for continuation, is on this look below, you want to see ORL now hold as resistance, or this is just going to chop around here just like it did last time, right? We're looking to see, just mark this. I can actually clean this up a bit. Looking for like this kind of action, if it was going to do it. If not, it just bounces here. Bottom of our range. Until I see the Russell find a low, it's gonna be very hard to want to go for any sort of like longs. Is this stream still up? That was weird. Okay. I disconnected for a second there. So you saw you got the rejection at ORL on R2Y. NQ still battling at the 65 level. ES now our first look below 6850. You're looking for that to basically hold on offer. You need to see if a bid will step in here at this Russell pivot. Or if we're going to need to go for that look below into that 65.4. See if the Russell double bottoms here, or again, if we need that look below. Not sure. Oh, that was so loud.
NYMEX diesel January futures settle at $2.57 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline January futures settle at $2.03 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at $2.56, and NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $69.38 a barrel. That's down $2.94 or 4.07%.
Here's your ORL retest here on RTY. So if you took a long on that, this is your first risk off until we can push above, or this is just where sellers will reoffer. So just be careful. Definitely has potential, but you need ES back over Globex high. Or sorry, Globex low. What am I talking about? And you need RTY back over ORL. You can see we have a really nice LVN that we can fill and push back up to if we can recover this, but we need to see a strong bid and then push like that. But this 65 to 80 has been an excellent area to range trade NQ. Just waiting for Russells to find lows. One day we'll get over this 80 to 85 on NQ. Seller's still loaded at this 80.85 on NQ. I probably won't take another trade until I see a break on either side of this. Played this range enough. I'm just not interested anymore. Get us out. Yeah. I feel it, Cass. I cannot stop yawning. Might be time for a nap. El Hippo. How do you say hippo in Spanish? It's not hippo, right? Hippopotamo? Yeah, okay. I love it when people just add L in front of stuff. That's rude, Sam. Damn, you even got him with the at. We just got our PSC shift down here on NQ, so this 80 pivot is becoming even more important. Really need to see that look above and hold, especially with the Russell coming back up into the selling node that we're really developing out. We have a very clear line in the sand in that sense, of that 73 to 74.5 on RTY. Right, like looking at our zones, this is our node, right, that we need to get over. So until, right, this is our selling side of the node, we need to see acceptance above the ability to hold and then push, right, or this is going to continue being supply. So until this happens, like, this is our seller reoffer, right, this is our selling node above. Need to see that recovered. Looking for that push and then hold. But I do like that NQ shift. It's going to be a very important test as RTY comes back up into this pivot and NQ tests this 91, right? The Globex low. But we really want to see this build out, and we want to see acceptance above, or this is kind of it. Right.
Brent crude futures settling at $74.30 a barrel. That's down $2.90 or 3.76%.
So this is that move that we're looking at right now. Is this... We're just trying to see if buyers can maintain these higher lows and that 80 as supportive for that push into our Globex low at 91. It's really not much here anymore. Very, very choppy. I'm really not interested in anything until we get like either a aggressive look above 91 and then we look for the rebid here, or we get an aggressive look below 75, 72 and then look for downside. But like as we're kind of just traversing this range up at the highs, I think that there's a lot of potential to punish both sides, and so you have to be very careful with your positioning. I'm flat, by the way. I've already mentioned that, but I'm just waiting for us to get out of here for a clearer direction. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Yo, Ty, will I get copyright striked if I play your playlists on YouTube? Yes, I will. Bet. Because whatever we're listening to right now is not the move.
Just seeing here, the Biden administration to forgive $4.8 billion in student loan debt for 80,300 borrowers. So again, just to repeat that, the Biden administration to forgive $4.8 billion in student loan debt for 80,300 borrowers.
Appreciate it, man. Or just like a unlisted YouTube playlist. So this is where you really need to see that Russell catch a bid. You want it to hold ORL, this 68.3 and flag from here. This is a really important level as we test 85s again on NQ. We want to see that push over 91. $12 minutes until new hourly. I'd like to be able to get like one more trade in today. Hopefully we get some movement soon. And I don't have to sit here for another 30 minutes before I take something. This is that bid we were looking for on the Russell off of ORL 68.3. Now you just need to see follow through, or this will result in a much larger rejection down, right? Because this is NQ testing the low as, sorry, the Russell testing the low as NQ tests the high. So we really need to see some buyer follow through here. If they can't get any continuation, it's going to be rough. I think what we're looking for is a push over this 70 level on R2Y here for confirmation. just oscillating this NQ POC. You know the market's dead when we're in a 5-point range on NQ. What's up, Darker? I am waiting as well, my friend. I used to trade a lot of like the tick charts, but these days I mostly just trade off of time base, just shorter time frame, and then I just trade off the DOM. Because the charts for me, why did you make the change? I didn't really like. Well, first of all, TradingView has terrible tick charts. The way that they do, they don't have true volume data. So using TradingView, I completely shifted away from non-standard candles. I was using TOS before, and I really like TOS's tick charts and the true volume, being able to like actually have trustworthy charts in that sense. So as soon as I like shifted over to TradingView for all of our indicators and all of that, I basically completely stopped. Yeah. So that's the main reason. And then secondary, I started trading mostly off the DOM and just order flow itself, and less about the chart levels. Like we have pivots, and the pivots that I'm marking are just where I'm watching and seeing like sellers or buyers, and then I'm just trading around that. So once we get to one of the pivots that I have marked, I just watch our DOM and watch to see if we have like aggressive seller stacking or buyers stacking on the bid, and then I just look for follow through, and then I trade off of that. It's very tight ranges. But yeah, it's really the transition over to TradingView was the end of my tick chart phase. I think the tick charts are great, but kind of really when I transitioned to more of a DOM style trader was the end of that. I think Brian Watt's a great example of a really great tick-based trader. But I think even he has been transitioning more so into like time-based VWAP trading. Yeah, he uses mostly volume profiles. Yeah, he's done a lot of. He's transitioned as well. I don't know. Fishing with Brian Watt's gotta be. Dude, the stories. Optimus Flow. I haven't heard of them, but Quantower's pretty good. They've got some decent data that you can choose from. I don't know, I just like once you start to trade off of like volume profiles and market profiles, there's really no going back in my opinion. Get us out of here. Holy crap. There's so much weird stuff around that, actually. I don't really want to like bring it up on stream, but there's a lot of conflicting and like strange data to go along with that. I don't know if he got banned for talking about JFK. I think he was just a little unhinged overall. Oh, man, it was a little too political. Oh, did he? It's a classic Darien move. Back to our 65 pivot on NQ. Should see a retest of 75 if we don't reject 72 here. But basically, you're just looking to see if this buyer is now offsides and if our seller will defend the 72 position, or right. So a resulting, do we continue to oscillate in between here, or do we look for this reoffer and then a push down and then continuation, right? So here's your 72 reoffer. See if this guy is offsides. You want a strong defense from sellers here, or we will just rotate right back up. Is he a holic? Baking baby, true. Holy. Other Izzy's in the other Discord. Yeah, Isaholic. Got our 72 rejection and offer from previous buyer rejection, right? So need to see a push below, an aggressive push below the 65 for confirmation. That should give you a push down for a test of fresh liquidity, I think. Down into like 48, 49-ish. That's only if this fails here. You need to see like sellers be very aggressive. Problem is that you have some Russell divergence, where I think that like we could easily rotate all the way back up here if sellers fail. Like if there's any sort of selling exhaustion at this point, then we can fully rotate back. You need to see the Russell fail to make this higher low. It's attempting it right now. So you really need to see sellers try to like step on the gas here and push down, or this can pop again. Yeah, this is good for them. Give me a fresh trade, please. Still relatively new, off and on for a few years, but only like 3 months of really big. So many information. Yeah, there's so many ways to trade, man. You know, whatever works for you, whatever you start to see the patterns, and you know, go for it. For me, I think simplicity is best, and just like finding key relationships and patterns that where you can like see weakness or strength, and then just trading node to node. And once you start to really respect that everything is just an auction and there's supply and demand, and we're going to trade in distributions, and like you accept where value is on either side, I think it makes your life so much simpler. I think auction market theory is by far the most straightforward style of trading. There's so many ways. I mean, you can just do mean reversion without any like sense of supply or demand, and just like look for reversions back to a mean. So many ways to make money in this market. Whatever works for you. I think he's still relevant. I think he posts on Twitter. I don't know. I don't follow Harry Wang. Tay? I think he's still active. I don't know. I'm not in Tay. He's visiting Zach in prison. Yikes. I think the guys at Tay are pretty good. They're solid dudes, but their service is just really expensive. Like, really expensive. Outrageously so. There, Kevin. Back down to our buyer, this 55 liquidity. And we are at our target on RTY at this 65.4. See if this is a biddable area again, or if we're going to push down to that 48.75 on NQ. I'm not sure. I think it's a little rough trying to bid here. I mean, it makes sense, but you need a really strong buyer on the Russell to convince me, right? This is that move we were looking for on the ORL rejection. Push below our 66.7, now pushing down into that 65.4. This is where you want to see a very strong bid on the Russell, or we'll make one more leg down into the 63.5, and this will be our final buy, I think. So either we get a really strong bid here on RTY and a recovery, and this should mark our low, or we'll get that one last leg down into here. So this is our test. Let's see if we can get back over. If you're good at pattern recognition, Ducker, I would highly recommend you start looking into volume and market profile trading. Excuse me. Here's a really This is a really great blog. If you are serious, this is a great resource. This is our next potential move here. So let's see if this 48 to 55 now is our seller offer. If it is, we should be able to get a move down to 30s. Been waiting for this for quite some time. So see if this is now our sell side. You basically want to see our seller sitting here and defending this on any sort of attempt. See if they can do it. If the Russell bottoms though, it's gonna be very hard. We need to see that 49 basically hold. You need to see a 38 go offer if you want any more downside, or this can push back up to 49 pretty quickly. If sellers fail to push below here and do something like this on reoffer, you need to see this like defended pretty aggressively on 38 on this look below here. Nice. You should move stops down if you're in a position. If you shorted 49s or anywhere in between, we are now into target here at 8:30. It took 5 hours, but we're here. I'm risked off. We'll see what happens now. We should be able to get another move down if 30s become resistance. Remember why we care about this area. And go back to our 5 minute. Actually, let's just go to the 15. So we just got our aggressive shift down from this accumulation that happened here. What we're looking for is to see if this buyer is still relevant, right? If they're still present here. This level has been pretty major as our shift. You can scroll all the way back and kind of see that we've had a buyer really try to defend this area on every look into it at this 8:30, 8:20. If we start to find acceptance below, we can then look for a push down into 800 and then the 68. But until then, this is kind of the bottom of our range, right? That we were talking about here. We are oscillating between this 930, 940 and this 820, 830. We are in a 100-point range. So until we find acceptance below, you kind of have to respect this as our pivot. So to me, this is buy side until I see a strong look below 20s, and then we can look for a continuation down into 800. That doesn't mean that this is going to immediately, shoot back up, but it does mean that we should expect some choppiness here into this region, and you should be moving your stops down to accommodate that risk. I don't have a level on RTY until we get to 58 tie for like a next pivot. Nice.
So just keeping our eyes on the markets here. S&P 500 continuing its slide to the downside. So currently down around spot 3% on the session. And just referring to the Dixie for the dollar, currently up around spot 2% on the session. So no news catalyst so far, but we are keeping our eyes out.
Just be very careful as we come into this 815 to 820. I could see us tag this and then immediately shoot back up. If we don't just hold this 20. Why? Yellow. There we go. Again, I'm like really watching this as a potential low here. We might have one more leg down, but like that 56 to 55 on ES being like our ADR low, and NQ having this 15-minute FEG below us, and the Russell being at support here. And we just need to see a recovery of 58, and then you can have more upside. So far, just kind of like slow trending, channeling down, but I'm going to be watching what happens into this 20. There's your 20 hit. See if liquidity holds there. Remember, we need the Russell to confirm a low, but we should, we like this 20 level quite a bit, or I do personally. And I'll push over 30s and bid off of it will tell me all I need to know. Right, we're either trying to find acceptance below this 20 or above this 30, and that'll determine direction. Risking off 1 here into 30, easy 10 points. Russell still not bottoming. Need to see a pushback over 56.7, ideally 58, or we will come for that liquidity down at 51 on RTY. So just, again, kind of a patience game, seeing if this will hold as a low.
Early market on closing balance currently sitting at 661 million to the sell side.
Hopefully you guys listened to me when I said risk off shorts into 820. I have 2 contracts left, risking off 1 here. See if we get any continuation. Later, Ty. Yeah, there's a potential for short-term bottom, right? 820 was our target, 820, 830. So now we just need to see if we fully retrace back up or not. This is your next target into 38s. Until we see, again, like how I wrote out, like until you see like sellers holding us below 820, this is a very important pivot. As I mentioned before, this is the range that we're currently trading in. This is our 820, 830 here, and this is our 30 to 40 above 940. So we are just oscillating between this. This is our current balance. So we need to see us push below this, like we did here, and then push and go for continuation. Until then, like, we know that there's a buyer here. I don't know if it's going to last, but I do know that that's where you risk off shorts and get basically a free long, you know? Now it's just going to be a battle for this 840. That's your new pivot. It's 37.40. Really nice short from the 49 rejection that we were looking for, and we got to push down into the 30s and then 20s, the 20 bounce. Just looking to see if we can now hold here. This 25 to 30 buy side needs to defend this. That was your wick into ES-ADR, by the way. That just happened right now. Off of the rejection of 60.50. And that was our rejection of RTY, rejecting a Globex low. Need to see a pushback over 58s, just like we were talking about. Or any sort of upside continuation, or we will continue to chop here. Yes, definitely still weak, but we're just looking for the Russell to begin to start basing and making a higher low. I can definitely see NQ going for that liquidity below us into ADR, and then getting us more serious bounce like I charted out as the Russell tries to base. But like, what are you doing? Shorting ADR on ES? Like, I don't know, man. I think the short was from 49s, like we had pathed out. Now you're just in a risk-off environment where you need to wait until we get below 20s and like show that as resistance. Yeah. It's just really hard to try to be short down here. Way too much potential for punishment. What's ADR? Average daily range. So it's the either the last 10 or the last 14 days. It's the average move that instrument's made, and then it creates a zone of the high and the low based off of how like the average percentage move, and then creates a zone, kind of giving you a understanding of where objectively, based off of how price has been moving as of late, where it is going to go, right? Like where the average areas where it would high and low. It is very effective. This was our ADR high on ES at 90 to 93, which marked our high, and then rejection and push down, and now we're into our ADR low at this 53 to 56.75 on ES. So we've now fully rotated in the average range for the day. And when we break below or above these and then hold them, we can get like true momentum on the day. It's a pretty good indication if we're going to be range bound or if we have like clear momentum. So like if we broke below,
looking at the early market on closing balance, still sitting at 661 million to the sell side.
So if we like broke below ADR here and then held that as resistance earlier on in the day, that'd be a really great sign that we are going to get a strong selling trend. And same goes for the one above. But now that we're here, this is where I risk off positions because we've now done the full rotation of the day on our average move. So it's just like the risk just doesn't make sense now that we've fully rotated. For me personally, like we can get more move, but like the risk now just doesn't make sense to try to short until I see acceptance below. Like this is just a long. So we're at PT here. You need to see acceptance above 840. This is where our seller reoffer is. We can flag here. Great sign that we can probably come back up to 49s. So like, again, like we're just looking left, right? You want to see, oops. You want to see a bid now be able to hold here and then push up back into this. We want to show that this buyer is relevant again, and that this seller is no longer valid on a look above. So this is our look above. Now you want to see a bid now hold ideally here. This music is funny. It's so basic, man. I just have it on like a copyright-free lo-fi playlist. It's so basic. But it's calming and keeps you level-headed, which is good. I'll be right back.
Early market on closing balance currently sitting at 689 million to the sell side.
I wouldn't expect anything too huge. I think your battle's at this 55 still. Acceptance above or below. And it's kind of just chop until then. Need to see the Russell like really push out over 58s for any sort of like real clarification. As of right now, I think that you have two tests, right? Either the recovery of our Globex low and then ability to hold for a push back up, or a failure here at Globex, right at this 58, and then a failure at this node, at this low, and then a push down into this 49, which would result in a much larger sell and liquidity grab, probably down into like this area. So you have to be very careful as the Russell kind of just is sideways in this distribution, right? We play the range until we see acceptance above or below this node. We're looking for a push down, then this to become resistance, or a push above, and then this to become supportive for either direction. Until then, you get this chop with a seller in control still, right? Still very much so. Which would result in a like push down to this liquidity down at 49.40. Just bear that in mind. I'm gonna mark this out for you.
So just taking a look at the market on closing balance for today's session, currently sitting at 2.4 billion to the sell side. Just wait for the final orders to come through before we call it. So that's the market on closing balance for today's session, 2.4 billion to the sell side. Again, 2.4 billion to sell. Russell back down to the bottom of the range, see if we hold or if we go for this liquidity down at that 49.4 to 50. 51. That'll lead to that next leg down we were just talking about. Until then, like, you still have to kind of accept that this is the low until we see 55 stay offer on ES and Russell reject this bottom.
Later, sauce. So again, if you are looking for more downside, you need this 55, 56 area on ES to be defended pretty aggressively, and this 20 to 25 area on NQ to be defended pretty aggressively, as well as this Russell breakdown should lead you to that liquidity grab. Oops. There, this is your pivot for sell side. So let's see if this is enough of a liquidity grab, or if we're going to need to go for the full push down into 800. Move this over just so that you have an understanding what I mean. Until this becomes resistance and you see acceptance at this low, this is where you should be expecting that buy side liquidity. You need to push over 15s for this to matter, or this will just be resistance and then will lead to 10s going offer and then a push down to 800. Later, Adam. Right now, Robert, the streams are Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But we do have a live every day inside our Discord server. I'm not sure how long we're going to be doing these streams on YouTube, but for right now, that's the schedule. Yeah, that's on YouTube here. Off days are just in Discord. Later, Cass. Yeah, right now we're just doing the live stream with market commentary, but if you're a member, you get my chart book, so you have all of my charts with live updating drawings yourself, so you don't actually have to need to be on the stream. Plus, like all of our overall plans, newsletter, weekly levels, weekly ideas and plans and pivots, education content, you know, etc., etc. So it's a big deal. Really nice push back up to our 20s. This is where you want to see sell side try to defend if they're going to. But really nice buy side liquidity take and push back to 820s. It's your first risk off if you're in a position. You need to see a pushback over this 820 to 25. This is where you expect your sell side defense to be, right into here, if it's going to be anywhere. Just as an example, for those that aren't familiar with ADR, I just want to highlight that we bounced right at NQ ADR, right? Like that's why we are interested in at this 800. It's just understanding that like the market rotates, right? And we move in average increments. And so having a indicator like this, like we have in our suite, is super important to understand where you should be putting risk on or taking risk off, right? So if we know that we're at the low of our average range for our instruments, you need to not be looking for shorts down here. You need to be looking for longs. And it's kind of counterintuitive because, you know, it looks like there's a very strong seller in the market, and there is, right? But like the risk down here is just, it's not worth until we can push below this. You need to either be closing shorts or looking for long scalps up. Just because the RR is just not there down at these lows. We've already done the full range and rotation on the day. So for the after hours, the Globex session, what you're going to be watching for is, can sellers hold this low? We want to see acceptance below 820 in Globex for continuation down. That is what sellers are going to try to do. We care about this because if you look on the 15, we'll go over this one more time. This has been our range, right? We've been trading between these two, this this 930 to 40 to this 820 to 30. This is a 100-point range that we're oscillating in between. And when we get over this 30 to 40, we oscillate between this 30 to 40 above, right? So we're basically just trading in these 100-point ranges like this. But the problem is that if we start to hold this low, right, this 820 as resistance, we do not have the structure below us. So we can get a much larger move to the downside, where we're then just like playing off of this buyer down at this 800 to 805. And then we only have like this like 65 and this 19. Like these aren't very solid levels, and these like can be taken out pretty quickly for a full structure repair. So if we can start to build down here and see that seller acceptance again, you need to be very careful for potential continuation to fix some of this garbage. Which is why I've had so much interest in this level. Ty, you want a piano? Okay. There you go, bud. Later, Darker. I'm just in a runner here. I have one left. Just waiting to see if we can get back over this 20. Again, this is where you're expecting sellers to be low, to be present, right at this 20 area, the 20 to 25. There's really not much here until we can hold above 40s. This is just, again, you're seeing if sellers can like just chop us here and hold us at this low. You don't want to see buyers be able to regain any traction above 40s if you're bearish. I have, again, one contract left. Just a runner. It's my average. Just buying this low from ADR. Yeah, right, CJ? Isn't that crazy? 0 crashes, no lag, no problems. It's just a Discord issue, man. I wish I understood. We'll have to see how long I do these free streams, or if I need to move to like unlisted streams for premium. Maybe we do like a half day. Just need to see if this like actually garners any traction for TFC, or if I'm just like wasting my time. maybe we do like a free stream for the first couple hours of the day, and then I switch over to a private stream for premium for like the rest of the day. I'll have to think about it. Do you want me to stream from Tank America in Florida? Maybe. I'm gonna delete this now that it's played, and what you're looking for again for continuation is for this 820 to become our pivot, and then for our seller reoffer from 800s, you need to see this then become resistance. So I need to move this over. Until this becomes, you're looking for the retest in this area from the look at 800s for this continuation short to make sense. Hopefully that is clear. Right, because we understand that this is buy-side liquidity, so until we see a full test of this FEG, which is what we're doing now, you need to see, remember how we've talked about this on the mid, it's like what, like here? So what we're doing is we need to see a push. How do I explain this? One sec, let me find a drawing. Did that not work? Could not paste. The image is way too large is what it says. Okay. There we go. Okay, well, let's do a better screenshot. So we have our FEG, this yellow box, which is what we're trading into, and we have our sell side impulse down, right? We got our bounce, so let's just go over this. This is your first play into the zone. We see barely any sort of buy, right? We get a push down into it, immediate liquidity, and push back up. But it's short-lived, right? We get that wick right into that buy-side liquidity, and we immediately selling CSL right back down. So that's your play one. Then your play two pushes down into the mid, which is what this is. And that is now chopping sideways at supply. So now we're in this weird predicament where we don't know if we're going to come back into this low and then go for the fulfill, right? We don't know if this is going to become supportive or resistance yet at this 15. So we're waiting to see if buyers are able to hold here, or a push above and then continuation up, or if we get this push below, reoffer at 15s, push below, and then we want to see price basically hold this low, so below this blue box, and then make this 800 resistance. If 800 becomes resistance, you get a lot more downside potential, because now we've filled this demand, which we know is buy side demand here. If this is we fill all these buyers and sellers still have ammo and they push us below, then all of these guys are offsides, and then we can punish them and go way further down to our next value area, which is at 68. I'm gonna delete all these. But basically we found that liquidity, immediately saw a buyer, sellers were in control still, push price down. Now we're just balancing right at that FEG high. And what you're looking for in the higher time frame is, can we hold below here? Do sellers hold this low? And if they do, and we push below this 800, then you get that continuation. Until then, this is kind of it. You guys have a good one. I am going to get out of here. I will see you all Friday. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Hopefully you had an okay day. If you're struggling with anything, let me know. All right. Peace.